Hey, what's up, guys? I do want to play some Mage Souls today, but I think I'm going to start as usual with something just to warm up. So yeah, I mean, I'll probably just play something like Chalk or something to start up, but... I definitely want to try some things. Right, I need to tweet out as well real fast. Could do Mordred as well. Kind of been neglecting the Mordred a little bit. Now that he's actually good, I just haven't felt like playing it all that much. I mean, that's also pretty shit of a backline to go into. This is like worst case scenario too. Their backline is rough for any front line. So I'm gonna have to have some kind of good like escape or turnaround potential in some way. Because that's nasty. I'll do a Bologna game. Why do I feel like I forgot something? I don't know. I feel like I forgot something. Like I have a bad feeling. It's probably fine. Don't. Oh my god. Last person dodge. Hello, Dutch. Are you in the queue though? In the queue, Dutch? Where are you at? Or do you only play at night? Oh, dude, what is... Now my team isn't as stacked as it was before. I feel robbed. Get me out of this role. Nope, and I even lost my role. That's great. I hope someone dodges this one. Probably hit these Qs once I have enough SR for my role. Getting sick of support. Fair. The thing is, there are so many fucking mid laners, dude. There are so many mid laners right now. Like, a lot of the time I will queue mid instead of solo, because solo is boring at the moment. And I can't get it, because there's just so many like top solos or mids at the moment. It's really hard to get mid. All these fuckers playing mid lane. Don't want to play ADC though. What the fuck am I picking then? I'll go Neath. Fuck it. Yeah, I might have gotten baby gamed. Or just a different lobby here. I wouldn't really call it baby game. Hello, DMBK. Yeah, Adapting Wolf got a completely different queue. So, it's unfortunate. This sucks. I don't think I can remove that shield very easily. And this gets negated, I believe. Yeah. Tragic. Ow. This fucker does damage. I mean, what? Once again, super ow, I guess. Nope. Good. I have this weird fucking upgrade in this game where I can't see what the next move is on the enemy. I fucked up somewhere. Yeah, they have to fix the second pick thing. I don't think it's a bug. Like, I'm pretty sure it's intended. But I think they should, like, actually fix it and make it so that people can get their roll if they second pick again. I think that makes sense. Don't know why they changed it in the first place. This kinda sucks, to be honest. This is really not looking good for me. It's just kind of weird to me as well, like, but I think they will eventually add it, because enough people will be complaining about it. I would imagine, at least. It's just a matter of time. Okay, so probably going to need, I think I'll go Aegis.
Thanks.
As usual, because beats her ass. I want to try a different build, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Minions have spawned. Hi.
clear is dog water. That was terrible.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that. Be careful. It won't matter. Enemy missing.
There's not really much we can do here. They have an aggressive support and really good clear with the Hui, so not really much we can do for now.
On my way.
This isn't a good fight for us. I'm limited by cooldowns, they're not. He knows some pretty good bounce spots for the triple bounces. Fuck. I mean, at least he doesn't have Sunder either.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh my god. He's trying to secure this fucking buff. He actually got it with his 2 again.
Ultimate is down. Enemy missing.
Enemy ultimate down.
Yeah, there's not really much we can do here. Just a comp diff at the moment.
I'll attack left lane. Ultimate is ready.
This is my jam.
Bracken does have Shell.
Enemy missing middle.
He is the only one with Shell though. Like, Agni should be the freest kill of all time around mid.
The party don't stop.
Okay. Oh, pity.
Actually, he's in solo, so I guess that's already what they're doing. Never mind.
Enemy ultimate down. Be
Makes sense.
careful, be careful. Bye-bye. Completed. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Think rightly. Help!
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted! Be careful! Completed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh well.
I'm on the exit. The party don't stop.
Cold fury!
Motherfucker, why are you jumping here? Oh my fucking god, I don't know what the fuck is even happening.
Attack the
Oh well, at least that's Shell. I'm trying to go for the Hui and not the Cabrakan because I knew he had Shell, but...
Your left tower is under attack. Be careful. Your team has destroyed the gold.
Why are we dashing in? Just stay on gold, man.
Is my jam.
Be careful.
I don't know why we're dashing in. Like, legitimately, I have no fucking idea.
Oh, easy wrong.
He doesn't have Sunder anyway.
Your left tower is under attack.
And they're not pushing the waves. This really sucks. I'm just falling further behind.
Enemy missing.
I gotta risk it for some biscuits at this point. Just hope that I'm not being invaded.
Your right tower is under attack.
You get split as well. If you mean the queue, then yeah, the queue got split. For some reason.
It is red. Enemy spotted.
But it's a classic at this point. I don't know what happens.
Ultimate ready.
Is my jam.
Ultimate ready. Okay. Attack. Move like a jaguar.
Yeah, we should have the easiest kills in solo right now, so I mean, I'll take it. I'll be the sacrificial lamb for now. Like, I'm Neath, I'll still be there for late game. It just really sucks at the moment.
I'm amazing.
And I'm not really that far behind.
The party don't stop.
Be careful. Completed.
Enemy missing right.
just no one I can ever really ult.
Be careful left.
No problem.
Enemies incoming. Enemies incoming. Cancel that.
Trying to ult for peel.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Does he have Fatalis? How the fuck is he keeping up? What the fuck? That's so confusing.
Enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Pete, your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
No, that sucks. I have no idea how he actually kept up.
Cold fury.
And he also hurts like a motherfucker because he went for the biggest damaging autos possible right now.
Your right tower is under attack. On my way. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. They hit like a baby. Ooh, an ally has been slain.
Can't even help.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. I'll put you down swiftly.
Just use this time to farm. It's not really like I can do anything about Wukong being chased anyway.
Get this raid started.
Your middle tower is under attack. And the rain shall wash them away. Completed.
Guess I could.
Stupendous. Completed. Your left tower is under attack.
At least I can catch up to Hui while he was dead.
The party don't stop. It's my jam.
Ish. So that's a level on me.
Be careful.
Enemy spotted. Retreat.
Would move like a jaguar. Ooh. Ally has been slain.
I'm just being zoned by the ADC who is always here as well. Okay, and that doesn't jump. That's great.
Bye-bye. Enemies incoming.
This is looking real bad so far. Scrap this. I just want to see how like a full power build. I won't go Chronos Pendant for once, so I won't be able to ability spam as much. But I want to see how just one combo can just absolutely wreck in this one.
Your left tower is under attack.
That is a lot of damage from the Janus combo.
Your right tower is under attack.
My jam.
So many walls.
Your left tower is under attack.
Run.
I need some buttons.
Of course, Wiggy is here. Why wouldn't he be? What a waste of time then.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just another game that feels like it's not working for me. You're telling me Hu Yi almost got fucking one-shot by our Yorm, but the second I ult him he decides to Aegis? My dude.
Team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Like, what the fuck?
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way.
Let's get this rave started.
An enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
My jam. I'ma make it.
Fucking ow.
Enemy has been slain.
Why me? Huh? Why me?
The rain shall wash them away.
Keep up.
All I did was rotate over.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. The All-Father approves.
My jam.
Hello, because me? Good to see you.
Attack right tower.
Retreat, retreat.
Just get the tower, boys. Bit deep of a chase when I think we should have just gone for an easy tower. Luckily we got it anyway, but... that could have been really bad. Matchmaking is still giga depressing, yeah. You could say that. What is Agni building? He is building tank, okay. He doesn't have much physical protection, yo. Just yet. Bro, they're just... okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Enemies of the Gold Fury, defend!
I guess I should have warded first. I guess they knew I was there. I guess they knew I was there, and me not having beats meant that I was dead the second I got axed. I hate this game.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'm gonna need pen next, otherwise I can't really damage Gabrakan. We definitely have a fucking warp problem this game, I feel like.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Well, he is also just rotating a lot. Like, he, despite all that has happened, he's now lower level than me, because he just is perma-rotating.
Get this race started. The party don't stop.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, Janos does so much damage to me! I don't get it. I must have been hit by something else too. Fuck me, dude. I wish we would just sit back and poke more, because it feels like we're not doing that. We have such an insanely good poke comp with a Neith and a Wukong, but we keep trying to fight them like in front of them. Where we will absolutely lose, because they have so much more damage output than we do. We're a poke comp. Can we focus more on poke rather than brawling? Our comp is shit at brawling. Please, for the love of God. We won only a little bit in that fight because Hou Yi was pushing up and we got to poke him in time with Wukong and Neith ults and shit. It's the only reason why that fight, we even got any kills out of that fight. At this point, though, we're also just kind of behind. Not by a huge amount, but enough to make it feel like a difference.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
They have wards. That's great. And I'm guessing we're just gonna give up fire. Unless they're still just baiting. They might still just be baiting. Who he ages. They're very poked in the back. We should be able to stop them if they're stun fire.
The party don't stop.
Right back.
Don't have any poke. We just need slightly more game awareness. Like, when I've just used my whole combo, don't dash someone. Like, I literally don't have anything left. Then we just chill. On top of that, it does feel like they just have wards everywhere. I'm trying to poke, but they always know where I am.
It's my jam.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm getting dashed by tank Acne Man.
Get this raid started.
We are surviving though, somehow.
Right, mate.
No worries. Ward the fire giant.
Vista, amigo. Your right tower is under attack.
Keep up.
I shall return to the king. Bye-bye.
On my way.
Your right tower.
Oh my god, not having Chronos Pen, it hurts my ass.
The party don't stop. Keep up.
Your right tower is under attack.
Turn it up.
Oh my god, he blocked it.
I'm gonna make it work.
Fucking hell, I'm so shit. I have to go Chronos Pendant last. My abilities are unbearably long cooldown. If I could just fucking hit my abilities, that'd be cool.
Too much jumping.
He's out of mana though, maybe you can still get him.
Enemy has been
All
slain.
I need is a brief beat.
Let's get it. I guess 10 seconds feels like too fucking long underneath.
Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemies of fire giant. Fire giant. The party don't stop. Get this raid started.
The rain shall wash them away. On my way.
I'ma make it quick. Keep up.
Enemy has been slain.
Damn it.
Careful, Ruler. And ugly, he's not dead.
Agni coming.
I try to kill Ruler. I mean, I'll thank him. I can't take care of him anymore.
My ult is back up if you want to get vision on him. Alright, slowly working out for us here. As it should, with the comp we have. Primarily on the Wukong parts of it. Neath is nice, obviously, but
Enemy missing.
Take this jungle.
Neath is pretty good at all times.
It won't matter.
Thanks.
Not sure speed is really the best on me, but I'll take it. I'm not gonna deny speed buff.
It's my jam. I'ma make it quick. Get this raid started.
Fucking hell, man. Fucking block my ult again.
I'ma make it quick.
Careful, we're chasing guys, we're still in gold.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
The party don't stop. This is my jam. I'ma make it quick.
Yana Sages.
Enemy has been slain.
Party don't stop. Dancing.
Yeah, it's running the other way. Can't really help.
My jam.
It won't matter. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, our picture DPS is absolute dog shit. Even more so if Odin goes away, because at least the attack speed boost on Odin will help us out there, but we just need to stop over chasing. Once again, we're a poke comp. We should not be chasing. All we do is throw out Wukong once, Neath ults, shit like that. And we will actually just win these fights by default. Our job with this team comp is very easy, but we keep overcommitting. You might be dead. Potential dots.
On my way. Complete this.
Boys, can we just fall back and not fight? Like, we have a poke comp. We need to just not fight. Focus on poking. We literally win the game by default if we're sitting back. But we keep walking in front of them.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Another problem is like they have a Cabrakan, we cannot deal with him at all. He's too tanky. The only one that can kill him is if we just all turn on him. It's like a team effort to kill him. Yeah, I mean, people just fucking threw this by being out of position literally twice in a row. First after gold, and then in mid when Yorm got caught. But that wasn't just Yorm, it was like Kepri as well, or someone else. Like, fucking hell, dude. Just stay back. It's not hard. We have one fucking job with this comp. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I guess Yorm is also glitched with Kepri ult. Because it happened a few times when he was getting Kepri ulted and he just stays. Oh, I gotta fucking turn on some light already. Shit's dark today. I think games like that is the most frustrating to me, because we clearly have the easiest way to win, but people refuse to listen to reason. Just do this one thing. We had one job. We couldn't even do that. It's so frustrating to lose like that. Not to mention, I'm pissed at how little wards we had that game. We just never had vision. And I don't know why, I didn't check if we had any warders. Oh well. Enough complaining. You think you're not getting pulled and Capri's is a bug? It has to be. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely zero sense for him not to be pulled. But I don't remember if there was... Like, how did it work in Smite 1? I don't remember. I never played fucking Yorm, so I have no clue. Those two characters would rally on the same team. That shit worked in Smite 1, then yeah, I would assume it's a glitch. Absolutely. There's no way it's not intended. Like, dude, it doesn't save him if he doesn't move. You know? Like, it doesn't make any sense to... Then he shouldn't be Capri ulted in the first place, you know? Then he should be immune to being Capri ulted if it doesn't work on him anyway. Yeah, but DMPK, we just took stupid fights. Like, every time, we were just over-chasing. We have the biggest non-brawler fucking comp in the entire game. We have you and me and Wukong and Neef. We are absolute garbage in brawlers. I keep telling our fucking team to not fight. We just have to poke and we win this game by default. Every fucking time, that was the opposite what we did. I'm really pissed about it. This was the easiest win I've had in a while. And we have one fucking net job, is to just sit back and do nothing. And just let Neith and Wukong do their thing. But no. We must fight. That is what it is. What can you do? What does one ban? If I'm mid, I'm banning Odin. Fuck that.
Select your god.
It's looking fucking grim for me in this game too. Why my top pick? It's a good question. My SR is like 5.2, something like that. Fuck it, I mean, I guess I'm risking it. I think I'm fucking cooked in this game anyway, because I have a shitty upgrade that makes me not see what their next move is, which really fucking sucks. I can't respond, man. It's just pure RNG. Let's see if I'm dead. Yep. That's good. What SR are you at, Dutch? Almost 5k. Okay, so it's not like crazy matchmaking. Putting you at top pick against me. The thing is, currently a lot of people have had issues with, once they get to deity, they end up on a losing streak because for some reason the matchmaking decides you have to get, I don't know, there's something weird happening right now. I don't really know what it is. But it feels like, I don't necessarily think it's actually the case, but it feels like that the matchmaking right now just decides it's time to lose every time you reach deity. Or something close to it. It feels really strange. I guess I have to go beads because of Aladdin in this game. Like, literally, a lot of people are around the same SR. Like, Nika, even Sav, dude. You know something is wrong if Sav is stuck below deity. Or around deity. Sav, with Nika as well, cannot fucking win. And when they do, they get a losing streak pretty shortly after. Something feels so off with the matchmaking in this patch. Or like for the, not just this patch, but like the previous one as well. It's off. I don't know if it's the same in NA. But there's been a lot of complaints about it in the EU.
Minions have spawned.
I guess I do actually have one. I have a build.
Most vile creatures wander near.
Good game.
Play the game so well.
Good game. Why is my jungle so fucking slow? Oh, it's because all this is delayed. Is this the first time I'm playing mid since this new patch? It probably is then. I had no idea how delayed this shit was.
Beach Cupid.
Careful.
No. Oh, with Neath solo as well. Okay. Well, good thing I'm Giannis with some good escapability. Because we might not have a good front line to deal with whatever they have. Unless they ult. Actually, what is their solo?
Curses.
Portal was down.
Your parade. That's too bad.
Beach Cupid.
I didn't know he was gonna go with that ham for it. I should have saved Portal then.
On my way.
looking for a potential Gangan duo, but see if they can at least get the portals to get on.
No way you got hit by that.
Stop being toxic, Elena.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Sit through this. A new threshold.
How much do I need for this shit item? So much.
The way is open.
So very much. I'm actually kind of far behind in XP. I'm just running around. Fucking slacking off. He did more damage than I would have expected, I guess. Oh well. Aladdin beats. Aladdin's just getting fit now.
Your middle tower.
I'm pretty sure they know each other.
Vista, amigo. Ally has been slain.
And Cabrakan's there. Oh, of course he is.
A new threshold. Behind us.
The perfect portal.
A new threshold.
It's just rough so far. Like, every time we try to fight the Kukulkan, I don't really have much to follow up with.
You all play the game so well.
Not to mention, if Cabrakan didn't show up there, maybe I would have gone back in, but it's kind of the main reason why I had to just fall back.
The way.
And then Dutch is a cringe lord. He's just following me around. Just looking for me.
Enemy spotted. Yes. Your left tower is under attack. Help!
That was kinky.
A new threshold. I'll attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Ultimate tower.
I don't see him.
Cancel that.
I think we just focus on farming, boys. We're
Your
pretty far
middle
behind.
tower is under attack.
A new threshold. A new threshold.
Bloody might come on the left.
Your left tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
I at least do not want to fall further behind.
Your left tower
If they try to
is
do
under
objectives and
attack.
stuff, I want to be there.
Through this.
To try and snipe. And I needed to do good damage for that.
Your right tower is under attack.
A new threshold. Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack.
A new threshold. Through this.
They're low.
Neath ult on your right, on Cupid.
Your right tower is under attack.
He's out, he's out.
Through this.
Do not know why we're plucking here.
That's beads on Cuckoo.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Actually, Aladdin's over there. Still red up.
The way. Through this.
Ultimate is down.
The way.
Close.
The pyro has arrived.
A new threshold.
I'm buying some fucking wards.
We need walls. Through this.
Ally has been slain.
Watch your steps. Through this.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh, right. Fabuloso.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Your right tower is under
Really? No, man.
tower has been destroyed.
It was a bit strange, though, I will say. They did so much damage. Something felt weird there. He did so much damage in like one auto. But, okay.
Vista, amigo.
Your left tower is under attack.
A new threshold. The way.
Bye. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Very well done indeed, sir. Watch your step.
I think we win this late, but I said that last time too, so.
Enemies at the
Their solo is so fed though, I just realized he's level 15.
team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower is under attack.
A new threshold has been set.
Your left
One
tower
is coming.
is under attack.
Yeah, just fall back. We got what we wanted. Aladdin also revived again.
A new threshold.
Alright, well, that's a waste of a wish.
Through this.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ow.
A new threshold.
It's Bib, I didn't even realize. Doesn't make it any less weird that he's so fed though. At least he's aspect, so he's only gonna go more and more useless, I would say, going into late game.
Watch your step. Get through this.
Stutters.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I don't think I can help you, man.
Is under attack.
Cancel that.
Get through this. A new threshold.
Fabuloso.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, well, he shit on me, I guess. Damn. Good dash. I tried to get close to secure it, but that honestly kind of fucked me over, because he just dashed through me instead, and my flicker did not land. Shit.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
We just need some wards as well. Once again, I feel like we just don't have any fucking vision anywhere.
We need walls. We need walls.
Cuckoo beats again.
Aladdin ult.
Wash them away. Fine.
Get through this.
Your left tower is under attack.
Watch your step.
Cupid beats.
Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted!
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm under pressure.
Oops.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy over.
Curse my
Yeah, Nictor, are you happy now? You happy?
I'm under pressure.
Your team has destroyed a right.
Not going very well for my team overall, though. We're doing our best, though. I missed! And they have a bib here. Yeah, I mean, just the lad and things. It's better if we don't enter the lamp, guys. He gets way too powerful in there. Just stay outside.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it is a bitch. This game is depressing, though.
Enemy has
That's huge, though. If we can start winning in one of our side lanes, that would be nice. Because our duo or solo has gotten so fucking destroyed this game. Even though he's not like... I mean, it's Neath, right? He's not losing in terms of dying a lot. He's losing in terms of apparently being incredibly far behind. Somehow. I don't know what farm he's gotten
top
to.
turn.
He was like 5 levels ahead at one point. I have no idea how.
Completed.
The Dutch is still level 16 though. He's so far behind in XP as well.
Enemies at the fire time.
I'm under pressure.
Your team has destroyed.
I have to get out, boys.
ally has been slain. Retreat.
The way is open. I'm under pressure.
I tried for the sniper and cuckoo just to see. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty obvious. Since it was coming from the front. It's gonna make it pretty easy to juke.
The way.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Cuckoo should be alone, I think.
Good shit.
It's dagger for us too. Thanks, Dutch.
I'm under pressure.
Appreciate it.
Enemies in left lane. Enemy
Enemy
missing.
spotted.
Cancel
I'm
that.
under pressure.
Your left tower is under attack.
This is fine, just take the time to farm and catch up.
pressure.
Both ults.
Not ideal.
The way
Cobra.
a new pressure.
That was kinky.
A new pressure.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Enemies in left lane.
Pyromancer has arrived.
A new pressure. Get through this.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. On my way. Your left phoenix is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar. The rain shall wash them away. Your middle phoenix is under attack. They hit like a babe.
Through this.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
Get through this.
They hit like a baby.
Get through this.
No cities.
I do believe.
Keep us here as low as low.
Sabroso. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
I have a portal for you if you want.
Get in the junkyard. Get it.
Right. We're doing it slowly. We didn't even lose a phoenix for it. Some good Janusing.
Get through this.
Yeah, I can start doing some good damage now, at least with my combo.
We need wolves.
Okay.
It's like a bracket ult.
Be careful.
A new pressure.
La vista, amigo.
You better add ults.
Sugar thunderstruck.
The way.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
A new pressure.
Keep it ult again.
Your titan is under attack. Your enemy has been slain.
Cuckoo beads are down, by the way.
I don't want this build last. Keep it ult again. What the fuck is the cooldown on that shit?
Oh, look at his build.
Just
The
dash as
first
well.
time I see that build.
Ally has been slain. Double kill.
A new pressure.
The rain shall wash them away.
Guess we shouldn't walk into all the fire minions. Just surrender. I'm sorry, but this is such a team diff that I don't even know what to say. Like, the amount of stuff that happened in well, I guess what I don't even know what happened in solo, but Bip was 5 levels ahead at one point. How did that happen? Many things to say. Yeah, you can say them. I was trying to go for desperate plays a lot in this one because we just weren't doing anything this game. Like you can see it here too. Giannis is not your god. Tell me that if I have a team that actually does something and I'm still playing bad, then I'll agree with you. The SOT Aladdin build on Cupid, he just fucking ulted me like 3 times. My individual gameplay? What do you mean? What could I have done better that game? Wait. No, that's a pattern today. Uh-oh. I'm seeing a pattern. You ain't necessarily wrong, though. I haven't played much Yana since my 2 yet, but... I was also trying a different build. I wanted to go Doom up first, but I feel like I kind of like him better with Deso first. I felt like my my damage output was fine, but my cooldowns felt fucking long. Early on, anyway. Probably not Dutch. Well, maybe. If you do get it, then sure, I'll accept it. I'll play solo if you get it. If not, then I'll stay mid. Threw so hard that game, it's fine, Zapar. It happens. Yeah, I don't mind either, Dutch. I'll play solo if you let's do it. It's all good. I'll probably still play mage though. Guess I don't want to play fucking frontlines right now. Yeah, let's do Merlin. I want to try a specific build on him. Yeah, I think Merlin, like I definitely haven't played him much in solo because I think it is very difficult. But at this point, like if I try hard, I lose. If I, it doesn't even matter. Honestly, I'll just play whatever I want now, as long as it's within like a reasonable margin. Because I think Merlin is fine solo, to be honest. But it's really tough early on. Like in this matchup, I am assuming Achilles, even if it's Caprakan as well. Both of these matchups are terrible for Merlin. I cannot fight them at all. But I need to farm for my first 2 or 3 items, then I should be okay. Do I go Aspect though? I'm very tempted. I want to play Aspect. Leave it up to RNG. I want to though. I know I shouldn't, but I want to. I think it's fun. I'm one of the few people that probably enjoys the Aspect more than normal Merlin. Kills the character. I like it though. It's fun. Oh, it's the same Caprakan as well. I mean, I don't mean to repeat myself, but at least our late game is really good. So is theirs, though. A cat's aging ways. Real good late. Do I just go Aegis? And I can't. I just don't know what I'm against, but. If you get fire, you're fucked. It's true. I'd go beats. I want to go Aegis this game, I think. I don't want to get executed. I think you're kind of right. Like, beats would probably be overall better in this game, but I'm slightly scared of being executed. I want to bait him. If I'm against the Achilles, I would prefer having Aegis. Yeah, I'm going Bluestone. Question is, I probably start with. Yeah, I think I start this. Guys, I'm not building normal shit, alright? Alright, fine. You guys don't like it? I'll listen to you. No worries.
A little boost.
I'll change my
Why
build just for
someone
you.
else for once?
I'm still going Aegis though. Full damage is the I'm not going full damage though. That was never the plan. I'm solo.
Have spawned.
My mid can do that.
Be careful left.
No.
Oh, I still got hit by the first one. Bro, I haven't played Merlin in a long time. Give me some time to adjust. The only time I played him recently was with Aspect as well.
That's too bad. Enemy spotted.
Just gotta chill until level 3. Oh, at least he has Bluestone. I would argue Warriors is so much scarier on Achilles.
Enemies to the gold fury.
W poke. Thank you, tower.
Magic and might. Let's rearrange reality.
I protected my heel.
Well fought.
Yeah. I won't over-aggress.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
You wanna play Smite now? Wow, because I'm playing your favorite characters or what? First Janus, now Merlin.
Center, please.
Also, actual legit question here, because I don't play Merlin enough to know this. Should I level my ult at least once?
Why?
Just for the small knockup? And then just ignore it for the end of time until it's relevant? If you do sell, next game is GG. Probably won't be a play solo. She's not on the list of the gods I want to play in solo right now, but I don't know. Anything can happen, you know? I do want to play her, but I just don't think she would be good in solo.
Incoming! Mind over mind.
Save yourself!
He just came in exactly for what I wanted it for.
Enemy has been slain.
You see, the whole thing with the stickers being ranged might not be the case with the build I'm going with, though. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but we'll see. It'll be fine. Oh yeah, I forgot I already hit this thing. I am going defense, man. That's the point. I'm playing it solo, so I'm planning on being hybrid.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna make sure this guy can't fight me. That's what I'm doing.
On my way.
Also, where is the heal? Arcane heal? Okay. So is it just the arcane version?
Tower is under attack.
Gotcha. So if I do this and this, I'm not seeing any heal. Oh, it's recent that. Okay, gotcha. Maybe I should just read the ability. I heard that's a good idea.
The rain shall
How long cooldown is this? 22? Yeah, that's pretty fucking rough.
Nice job.
Enemy spotted. Side effects may on my way.
Enemy has been slain. Rain shall wash them
Let's just ignore some of the damage here. Probably didn't need 2 ages, but I didn't want to risk dying to Gabrakan, you never know. 1 minute, there's no damage, she stuns you and you're dead.
That's too bad.
Reason, as we know, is a highly scientific term. Yes. It could honestly mean anything. It's kind of open to interpretation.
Enemy has been slain.
On my way. The flames dance, the frost bites, and
Well, that is crazy. We just got a little greedy, I guess.
Tower is under attack. Your left tower.
How about that mage positioning? Well, I was expecting Cabrakan to die when I used my my shit, so he just didn't. Probably because he has Chalice.
Your left tower.
I didn't actually think I was in danger of dying there.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Ah, fuck. I want to do the things, but Kali keeps doing them. These damn imps.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
arcane overload initiated. Retreat!
There's a lot of people here.
Enemy missing. Stay stable.
I'll attack mid lane.
Frozen Fury!
Vista, amigo.
The Jing Wei showed up. The Jing Wei showed up, guys. It happened. 5 people in solo. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is, it's Jing Wei. She's gonna back and fly over anyway. We won't get it in time. She lost basically nothing for that.
Okay.
Not Soul Gem? What do you mean? Soul Gem is OP as fuck now. It has 60 int. They literally buffed it with 20 int. What are we talking about?
For honor.
It's not OP, but it is quite good now.
Enemy missing left.
Let me guess. Nope. Okay. They really visited me that aggressively and they did take any of my farm. How nice of them.
We need war. Yes. We need war.
Let's rearrange reality.
Enemies at the gold mine.
It's looking rough, guys. The team is starting to bigger.
Enemy missing left.
Retreat middle legs. Wash them away. Immortal.
Hot drop incoming.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Attack! 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 They hit like a baby.
I don't know what I should go for next.
Your team has destroyed.
This is kind of as far as I was thinking about the build.
Enemy missing left. Be careful middle.
I hate your build. Fair.
Arcane overload initiated. Don't blink.
Destroyed on the left enemy tower. Ha!
Let's rotate on this. See if I can help out my team. Because they're so out of position, bro. Their team is so aggro.
Enemy has been slain.
On my way.
Hasta la vista.
Magic
Okay, bro. There's a Hecate here. Damn double tanks is tanking these towers forever. Shit. Get him, Dutch.
Dispel their attacks.
Battle of the Ages.
Counter their curses.
Nice. Clean. Are you Aspect Merlin? No. No, I'm not. Want to see Desolation? I will grab one of those items for you, don't you worry. Does Aegis prevent the Hecate? It doesn't. I just did it out of, just in case. I wasn't sure if it was going to reach me, and I didn't want to take the damage. So if I had to go back in there, it was going to be without taking damage from the ult.
I've uncorked the good stuff. Mind over mind. Center, please.
I have a huge level difference in solo though.
Let's rearrange react. Now this.
An enemy has been slain.
Arcane overload destroyed.
You and your freaking stun, man. No, I tried to. I was actually waiting for his stun. Alright, it worked out. Fine. I baited long enough. I feel like Asperman has to be broken to be good. Unless, yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, I think it needs to be a bit better than it is right now in some way. There has to be some kind of consistency, because it's just too RNG to be good at a high level. Still, I appreciate the randomness of it. Do you actually want me to go Chronos Pendant? I can do it, but I actually don't think I need it. If anything, I should go something like Totem. Let's go Deso for now, but I feel like I probably have to go for some kind of pen, otherwise I'll just not do that much damage to the front line. Fuck pen. I like pen though. They also even buffed Totem. Totem is OP, man, I'm telling you. This item was made for Merlin. Yeah, and dude, it even gives cooldown. I would rather buy this than Chronos Pendant. Brawlers is a power item. They weren't even full committing on me. I'm not gonna lie to you boys, I didn't even realize Akatsiot was below me. I didn't see it. I heard it, but I didn't see it. I'll take that one on me. Yeah, I healed with it. It helped a little bit. Long enough so that we could trade a kill at least. Nice. Run, boys. This ain't good. Bro, Loki, get out. It's a good try, but he should have just gotten out. I don't think they get anything out of this, do they?
Flash and dash.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The rain starts, the frost bites, and I enjoy every second. Snow frog. Try not shiver. No trouble at all. I barely had to leave. Magic unleashed.
I'm surprised they even went for it. With how low they are.
Overload initiated. Don't blink.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Need healing. Enemy spot. Be careful.
Magic and might. Brace yourselves. I've uncorked retreat. Retreat. Incoming.
Why are we fighting?
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
I can't fight Jing Wei. He's probably the one thing on that fucking team I can't even fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enjoy
We lost that so hard without Jingwei even being there.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Mind over mind.
Attack! On my way.
Dude, the Naga fucking showing up? Dude, this piece of shit objective is the worst shit in the game. Go away! Where did you even come from?
We need wards.
Your build is the weirdest shit ever. Brother, I don't play the game to try hard every game, man. I'm not gonna build the best shit every game. It's so fucking boring. You wanna see me play Chalk every game? I can,
Your left,
but I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
your middle field is under attack.
When you see me play WoW, oh, that's even worse. That's worse than playing Chalk every game. WoW sucks. I said it. If you're a masochist, you would love Smite. Where's the love for Smite as a masochist, huh?
On my way. Try not shiver.
Rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso!
Incoming. Magic unleashed. Side effect. Mind over mind.
Oh my god.
Enemies behind us. Ally has been slain.
Brother, we don't have any wards, man. We never know where they are.
Get it, the chaka! You get it? Your middle
We just never... They're suddenly just showing up one by one after fucking... Who knows? Dude. Our vision is fucking dog shit. What the fuck is my box building too? How does that translate to wards?
have returned to base.
Also, I'm top damage. What do you mean?
Defend the fire giant. Group up. Hi.
Just buy words. Stop blaming other shit.
The enemy team has destroyed the
It's not hard, man.
Your right tower is under
It's the mindset of the weak to start blaming something that is completely unrelated to what was said.
destroyed.
I'm talking about words, man. I don't give a shit. Just buy words.
Enemies in left lane. Follow me.
And we're still dying in mid. Kali is 1 HP somewhere. last shot. There we go. Still kind of somewhat working out in some weird ways here, but... no. What CDR do you even have right now? Not much, because I'm trying not to buy too much, because it's gonna make Willstone worse. I'm trying to mainly have it be built around my my ult, or my stance.
Flash and dash.
Please? Group up!
Did you notice how I TP'd in to help Dutch and he jumped out? I just want to mention that real fast.
Enemies in right.
Oh, cool.
Attack! Enemies
That was a
in
cool
right.
lag spike.
Retreat! Retreat!
On my way.
Kali ult down.
Gang! Attack!
The pyro
Has
arrived.
returned to base.
Defend middle lane. Middle lane.
I'll defend. Your right tower is under attack. We need war. Take this building off.
Just help him clear this as well.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your middle unit is under attack.
Snow. Try not shiver.
Enemy
Kali behind us, boys.
Frozen warrior incoming. Flash and dash. Now this is proper with magic and might.
Okay.
fabuloso.
I mean, a little bit of map awareness is all we gotta grab as well, you know?
Pain starts. Frostbite. And try not shiver. Enjoy every second. Snowflower. Magic unleashed.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack. Your titan is under attack.
Ah, yes. More fire.
That worked out.
Because why not?
Attack fire giant.
Sucks we lost the Phoenix though.
Attack fire giant. Attack.
Hey, Katya probably will try to dive the Titan here.
Flame starts. The frostbite. Magic and might. Let's rearrange the action.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower. Take this jump. Defend the titan.
Now we just got a full commit to defense.
Need wards.
Yes.
No problem.
Kali will do this very easily with her ult.
Center, please. Magic unleashed. Side effects lethal.
Defend the Titan! Retreat!
Yes.
Retreat!
Yeah, we just gotta wait for our Phoenix to respawn.
Enemies in right lane! No problem.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemy spotted!
Hot drop incoming.
Gank!
Fire, frost, and bait. Let's see what sticks. Cold incoming. Try not hard-head overload initiated.
Kali ult down.
Rain shall wash them away!
Hecate, boys, Hecate. And they've healed it. Dude, they went for it. I can't believe they went for it when they were that split.
Attack right, follow me!
And Kali with no beats ult.
Follow me!
Pretty sure she had to back.
No problem. Enemy spotted!
Right enemy Phoenix. Flash and dash.
Nice! Destroy the middle enemy tower! Completed!
Let's see what sticks.
No use for dagger, but that's okay.
Attack
Suppose I will just get a sentry then. No, I think we're gonna be fine. We don't need to do anything now that our Phoenix is back up. Now we just have to make sure that we aren't losing the next fight, because then it's just over anyway.
Now this is proper wizardry.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Magic and center, please. Overload.
Kali ult.
I've uncorked the good
Attack
stuff.
middle lane! Handle right!
Fuck, where did she go? I would have chased that.
Magic unleashed.
No problem.
Let's just get Phoenixes, I guess.
Mind over Mars. Center, please. Flame starts.
Rain shall wash them away!
I believe this is what they call
Kali is spawning soon, boys. Get the Phoenix out or just get out. I can't help you out.
enemies incoming.
Save yourself! Save yourself!
Yeah, the 800 crit, dude. Does she have... Yeah, she does. Hydras. Also, Transcendence? What the fuck is that build? I'm not sure I have the right to say that this game, but... That's just a high power, like... one-shot build. You don't. It's working though, isn't it? If it's stupid and it works, it ain't stupid. Isn't that the phrase?
Defend.
Arcane overload initiated. Don't
No
flee.
problem. On my way.
Like, they're just high maintenance defense now.
I have returned.
Gang.
Let's rearrange that. Right enough.
Enemy has been slain. Attack fire giant. Attack. Need healing.
Yes.
Attack fire.
Why not
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. The pyromancer has arrived.
Frozen fury unleashed. Into fire. On my fate. Let's test it. Attack right lane.
Might as well just get all the phoenixes as a failed safe again.
Mind over mind. Center please.
It's like, what the fuck can I see? I'm just being blocked. No, there's a weird camera issue here. Interesting. Weird.
Magic and might.
No problem. Be careful. Be careful.
Frozen fury unleashed. Good stuff.
Bye.
Well fought.
Minions were just fucking up the Titan.
Victory.
That's the thing. Like, we just needed to let all the minions go in. We we did it, Dutch. Nice, man. Clean. That was a rough game, though. This Bacchus. Dude, the way he says things is just funny. Merlin's actually busted? Yeah, well, Merlin is OP. He's the best mage in the game. Like, who's even better? Who's actually better than Merlin? Like, legitimately. Not counting Afro, because she's more of a support. Like, Merlin... I mean, Morrigan is probably up there as well. But, like, Morrigan, if you count Neith as well, like, Morrigan and Neith... not Morrigan. Merlin and Neith are by far the best mids. Got baited by my Kali. She said Titan is 259. It probably regened a little bit. And then you kept going in one by one, and it regened as well. Don't get me wrong, Nectar. I think Scylla is really good, but Scylla has terrible early game. That's my main problem. That's the only thing. Merlin doesn't have a bad early game. Like, he's good at all stages. Same thing with Neith. I think she's decent all around. I would definitely say that she has a weak early. I think a lot of the mids generally agree. Like, her clear isn't great early game. She's pretty slow. Until she, like, finishes up her 1, I think. Because it feels like for the majority of the early game on Scylla, you only really have one damaging ability in your two. Your ult is unreliable, and the one doesn't do that much damage. If you play around her, she's still okay. Like, I don't think she's that bad. I think she's okay early. But just comparatively speaking, like, Neith has 3 or like essentially 4 damaging abilities. Merlin has 4 plus damaging abilities. Like, they just have way more shit to throw out. I don't think Scylla can deal with that in any way. They just have so much shit to throw out. Neith is a hunter, but she's definitely more of like a mage in Smite 1, or in Smite 2. Neith does not play much like a hunter in Smite 2. She's absolutely more like a single target mage. Unless they're grouped, then sure, she has AoE, but for the most part, she's pretty heavy on a single target mage. Like, you can say the same thing with Sol, right? She's both. Like, both Neith and Sol are both hunters as well as mages. Just depends on how you play them. Bari, though, I will say is pretty much always a mage. I've never called Bari an ADC. She is just through and through an assassin slash mage. Also, Dutch, why aren't we just duo queuing? Why are we risking it? Huh? The queue is long anyway. We might as well just duo queue. That new Smite crap. Fair. It's okay to be wrong sometimes, you know? That's alright. Alright, what the fuck am I doing here? Rare card or common relic? Let's just do a relic. That's decent. Never wrong. Damn. Some high confidence. I will report people for picking Merlin though. Don't worry, I won't pick it another time. I'm not much of a Merlin player, but I felt like playing it. In solo at least. Now, I will say it was fun. I might play him more if I get mid. But I think if I was against like a really good player in solo, I would have struggled a lot during the early game. Do a Scylla game now to close the trio. I can't play Scylla solo though. It's like asking to be shit in the face. I don't want to do that. You must learn by now, Nectar, that taunting me doesn't work. It doesn't work, man. How about this? How about I do Poseidon, alright? What about a compromise? It does, you give me attention. Suppose that's true. Well, Dutch, we're kind of in the same position. I guess I should have went solo. I forgot to swap my roles. If you can manage to get solo, then yeah, I'll swap, but I can't play support. Looks like a Scylla game. Excuse me.
Select your god.
You could be right. Just ask real fast. Just in case. Because I really, really don't want to deal with it. Yeah, I'll pick him Wukong then. Yeah, don't worry, Nectar. I'll play Scylla. If I'm mid, I don't mind playing it. Not really sure what else I would have picked. Like, I still feel like playing Giannis, but I've done that today already. Maybe I would have done a Hecate or something like that otherwise, but there's not that many of the mid laners right now I actually feel like playing outside of solo, because I want to play them hybrid. I want to be weird with them, but I don't want to play them normally. That sounds boring. I do not miss Nox. I think Nox is on the list of probably only a list of like 3 gods that I wouldn't mind. Just removing the god. I don't understand the aspect. It's just it locks you into a transformation, and then you only use that transformation, but it gives you a bonus for only doing that. So what you want to do is use the Aux the second you get it, so that you're locking into that. It will reset once you ult though, so you have to redo it every time you ult, but it will lock you into a transformation and give you different bonuses. The tiger is like attack speed, the bird is cooldown reduction, and the ox is a knockup on your 2. So, and you definitely want the knockup on your 2 for a support style gameplay. Otherwise, your CC is just ass in general. So you're gonna rely on your 3 and your 2 for CC. Oh fuck! It's gonna be a bib Hercules. I'm ready to be run down all the way to my Phoenix. Go Bird and Bonk. I think he's gonna be okay with. Well, honestly, I kind of need him to just peel for me. Otherwise, I'm cooked this game. They have some real shit to deal with. Like, I think I have to go beads. That's why I'm gonna go Aegis, because every time I think that, it never works. Okay. Probably also a Jade Scepter situation with Hercules and Susano. Even Apollo, because that's gonna be a support Apollo. Dude, their comp is real rough to deal with. Same build as Giannis. I might. Well, no, I guess I can't. I think I'm gonna end up skipping the Doom Warp, so that I can have Jade Scepter instead, and then I'll start with Spear. So I'll probably go Spear into Jade Scepter, and then just continue the build from there. Because I really do think I'm gonna need the peeling into Susano. He's just gonna follow my 3. Like, I won't be able to get away from him if I don't have Jade Scepter. Not to mention, it's nice for setup. I can get an easy secured 1 with Jade Scepter.
Minions have spawned.
Oops.
Oh, he's kind of helping me out with that. I'm just gonna level my fucking 3 here. I ain't taking any risks. Huge.
Enemies have returned to base.
Stay in. No. I still see Vulcans going for Thumper, man. It's a mistake. The Thumper sucks now in mid. Always go for the cooldown and the int. It's so much better. Just sitting here in mid, I guess. I'll go to back camps.
Be right back. Group up. Your middle tower is under attack.
What's happening down here?
Ally has been slain. That's too bad.
Out of mana.
It's also, damn. I mean, it's Bib again, so I guess I should have expected my soul being really far behind. He also did get ganked, I guess. It kinda sucks that he hit level 5, though. Oh, that kill. Pretty rough start on the right side of the map.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Enemy has been slain.
20 seconds.
I'll gank left lane.
Just beats as well. Should be pretty easy kill if we show up next time.
Completed.
I'm pretty low on mana, but actually he's in right. Still a decent poke.
No problem.
I think we could have done gold on to spawn there, but
Be right back.
maybe not actually. They would have seen.
Your right tower is under attack.
I do wish I could have gone Doom Orb, because I'm gonna be mana hungry AF. Which I have to do for survival.
Enemy missing middle.
Has destroyed the gold fury.
I used 3 abilities, man. I'm half mana. Oh, God. Good thing mana regen overall is just kind of OP in Smite too.
Enemy missing. Enemies in right lane.
Retreat! Handled like a true professional.
Your
What
right
is that
tower
voice pack?
is under attack.
Help right lane.
I'll be okay, Dutch. You can go help them on blue. Whoops.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Go, Chloe! On my way.
Attack, attack, attack.
That was close.
I feel like I did some good damage. Fuck.
Can we fucking hit the Herc, man? Like, Jesus Christ, like. That cunt Dutch, like.
I was hitting Susano that whole time. He was like 1 HP.
Yeah, man, that's not so nice of you to say that, man.
That fuck, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fuck.
Stop cyberbullying me, man.
Sorry, man, sorry.
Cyberbullying. Fuck.
Versus.
That's too bad.
Silence. Completed. Save yourself. Rain shall wash them away.
Handled like a true All right.
Quiet. Return to base. I'm returning to base. Here.
Yeah, I might have to just not use my 1 as much, but... So far it's alright. I don't really mind backing often, as long as we get something out of it at least, like we did there.
Looking like a free Naga here, lads.
Be careful left. I'll attack the Gold Fury. That's too bad. Be careful left.
Wukong is also an interesting support in that he's very safe. Like, he's not a support you can just like easily mess down. Oh. Ah, it's gonna be 1 HP.
Oh.
Susano behind the rock.
Enemy missing right.
I'm dead.
Dance behind. I mean, right there, I just kind of wasted my mana a lot. I can't fucking hit Apollo with my one, man. Unbelievable. Alright, just finish up the one here. At least I got the AoE route now. Going to Poly next.
Your left tower is under attack.
They're all coming left.
I'll attack the fire giant.
He doesn't have an ult, so he's probably dead here.
Ally has been slain. Your team has
That really
destroyed
sucks.
the pyramid.
Miss got enough time for Susano to catch up and get his 3 on me. I was just going for some good poke, and I missed everything.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Do I just go for like a one-shot build, or do I actually go for a poly build? I feel like she's so good with poly.
Your right tower is under attack.
But I might just go for this first. I'd go poly. Yeah, I do think it's too good on her not to get. Yeah, alright. Poly it is.
Take left lane. Attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh my god. Fuck it. Go away. At least I got his ult. I am missing everything and anything I can right now.
Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Silence. Your Your right tower is under attack.
Still ahead of Vulcan. That's the most important thing. I do feel bad for this armor though, like he is getting so sieged by Susano a lot of this game.
Enemy has been slain. The pyro has arrived.
That being said, I'm surprised he's dying as much as he is to it. At some point you gotta learn from your mistakes. I'm a huge believer in that.
Your right tower
Even if I'm kinda shit at it myself sometimes.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy.
Wait, Dutch, why are you walking left when the dance is dead? Like,
Oh my god, I'm just fucking shit.
yeah, I've seen enough.
think you should.
I died to something. Apollo ulting left, he's pretty low. What did he die to? I'm so confused. Well, I don't know why I'm still chasing this. Press T. It's fine, I'm top damage. That's all that matters.
Your right tower is under attack.
I will say I played it as if Apollo was still around, because what I should have done was just Jade Scepter. Just to secure it. But hey, what can you do?
On my way.
No problem.
I don't know what Jade Scepter even is. It's a knockback.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
A straight knockback from your position at the time.
Why is that legal, man?
Block it, Dodge! Why are you blocking the rocket?
Enemies incoming.
Unfortunate. All because I dashed in.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Keep running, Dodge. You know it's Bip. He's gonna keep chasing you. It's classic Bip. Oh, Bip is too funny. He wants it so badly. Though, in my defense, I did not expect the ADC to show up. I will say that. I know ours obviously was there for a little while, so I should have expected it. But, I mean, it's just unfortunate. Also, the mess happened the second that I got my 2 on Susano, which is just another unfortunate timing thing.
Stop doing something, buddy.
That's W rage bait, bro. I'm not taking it.
It's fine. Overall, it did work out for us.
Gosh.
Enemy has been slain.
Pardon?
Oh, you came mad at me once. Imagine that, bro.
Oh my god, turret.
Wash them away. Your left tower is under attack.
Apollo ult.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Fire giant. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. All right.
Don't need to use it.
I'm the mighty. Thanks. I'll attack left lane. Thanks. I'm on it. I spotted.
No, I back too soon. Oh, I need 50 gold. Is she shitting on? Oh, he is.
I prefer not to speak.
They're all in right.
Enemies in right lane.
No problem. I'll defend the fire giant. Thanks. Enemy missing.
They put I have bomb for a Phoenix.
Your team has destroyed the enemy tower. Have fun. Your right tower is under attack. Return to back the Cold Fury. On my way.
Susan Blink.
Enemies on the fire giant. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. Enemies on the fire giant.
Why is that legal, man?
Enemy has been slain.
Oh hell no.
Attack.
Why am I so slowed?
Slain an enemy. Your left tower.
I'm trying to see if I can somewhat almost peel a little bit, but it's so awkward. I wanted to help, like Hui in the back, but... Yeah, Vulcan behind us, boys. Wait for the Vulcan ult to go out. Alright, now we can do it.
Destroyed the fire giant.
The wait 10 seconds, guys. That's unfortunate, man.
Yeah, my bad, I just didn't want to take any risk with the Bib. You never know. He makes
It's all
miracles.
good, man. It's all-
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Defend the gold gate.
I'll defend the gold. On my way.
What is happening back here?
The rain shall wash them away.
Yeah, you go the other way.
Group up.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Hold on, boys, I'm on my way.
Rain shall wash them
Yeah,
away.
Kai's a pedophile, man.
Thanks. I'll take that kill. Worked hard for it.
Big bomb.
Destroyed the gold fury.
Scylla 3 still gives a lot of vision.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Enemy Phoenix. Fortunate. That's too.
I went for it.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix. Right lane.
Fuck you, minions. Okay. I'll stay with Dutch. I mean, all I have in front of me are fucking tanks. Run! Did not see Vulcan at all. It's like misplay after misplay, but my team is just carrying. I'm scared of Susano, man. I can't walk up. I know he's dead, but his ghost still haunts me. Alright, fuck it. No, in reality though, I'm trying to just stay safe and poke so I don't make the same mistakes as I did in the previous games. Where I overstep for 1 second and I die as a result of it. Because now it should be okay. I have probably enough damage to kill a tank now, but I don't really think Scylla does well into Hercules. I don't really think she does particularly well into Apollo. Like, I feel very susceptible to just being gone on by their front line here. So I'm trying to play it safe. Especially because my team is being very aggro too, so if they all die, I gotta sit back and still be able to poke, you know? No, he's still at dash up. Knocked him out of my tomb. I didn't realize we were killing the Titan. Alright, I mean, I'll admit it, I played like a pussy this game, I did.
Victory.
You stream really well. I love to become your dedicated fan and support you. Mind adding me on Discord? Yes, of course. I will do that instantly. I'm in a party already, Sarky. I'm with Dutch at the moment. And I'll probably only do like one more, I think. I'll try to only do one more. I gotta stop streaming until 8. It's too fucking late, man. I want to make dinner at a decent time. You can join the queue though, Sarky. Maybe we'll be on the same team anyway. That would help. And Dutch, while I remember, let me do this. So hopefully you can maybe try and get mid instead. Poseidon game now, let's go. Yeah, we'll see if I still feel like playing Poseidon once I see their picks, alright? We'll see. You got your Scylla. I'm not obligated to pick Poseidon anymore. I probably still will, though. I feel like playing it. Let's see, though. What else would I pick? You can mid if you want to do only one more. No, it's fine. I do want to play solo. I only went mid there because I just forgot to swap. And my other option was support, so... Ain't playing mid. I actually do want to play solo. I just don't want to play a frontline, necessarily. My plan today was to kind of just play mages in solo. But I haven't been able to do that very much so far. Also, let me just ban this thing real fast. Mr. Bot. Why you banned your dedicated fan? I couldn't help it. He was too dedicated. There's also the small problem that I don't think he was real. That's the worst part of it all. I don't have dedicated fans. Let's trigger a trap. Let's go. Sure. Give gold. Dutch is still just getting support. At least we have a pretty good team here. What the hell are we against? Against me? Oh, I see. Are you top pick, Sarky? Dude, I'm not playing Ymir. That is honestly asking to lose right now.
Select your god.
Like, I'm not even joking. The few times I've tried and or seen Ymir in my vicinity and he's not in support, that dude is the most useless character in the entire team. I wish that wasn't the case. Oh, you want to see Ymir? Sure. Yeah, Dutch can play the Ymir. I'm down with that. Dutch has a nice Ymir. You got better players in your team? Yeah, sometimes that doesn't mean much. Sometimes we have bad games. This could be one. We'll see though. It's okay, my whole team is picking some good stuff. I mean, the enemy team picked Izanami. I haven't seen this pick do anything ever in Smite 2. I'm sure we'll win this. Just based off of that. They have Izanami. And the Vulcan. I mean, Vulcan is good. But I think Izanami is actual dogshit. As a character. The thing is, though, if there is a game where she's going to be good, it's probably this one. Just for the simple reason that I'm not playing a frontline. So I can't just go on her for free. But into any like double frontline, Izanami is a snack. So easy to deal with. She might be okay if she can freecast. But I don't know, she's still it's just I would say even Rama is better, to be honest with you now. I think with the OP attack speed build, Rama is really good. Once he has them online. But he's obviously still pretty weak during the laning phase. I don't want to talk down though. Like maybe this Izanami is really good. You never know. Well, I have to go beat this game because they do have something like a Cerberus and a Kernosh. So if I don't, I might just get cooked. Bib on the Kernels again. He went back to Hercules, was like, nah. I'm going back to the Kernels. That worked out better. He's probably gonna fucking invade though, isn't he?
Be careful in the jungle.
Fucking knew it. I absolutely fucking knew it. I know him too well.
Enemy spotted. What's up, bro? Minions have spawned.
He's gonna evade my blue here. I can't stop it. What I can try to do... Does he have Sunder? He doesn't have Sunder. Yeah. Expected as much. That's alright. Once we hit level 3, I think that's kind of where I should win the trade. But with only my 1, I can't really fight back.
Be careful in the jungle. Okay.
Oh man, I'm still at level 3. I need my whirlpool.
Hey, better luck next time.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing middle. Attack. Ally has been slain.
Once I get my ult, it might be a bit easier. It's just back. Need to be ready for my blue at least. Whenever that shit spawns, should be pretty soon.
Your middle tower. Out of water.
What'd I miss? Nothing. I almost killed him, but I was just not 5. That's about it.
I'll attack middle lane.
was tragic. He's in the bush.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing middle.
Paul was there too. Apollo's ulting me here. He was tanking it as well? That sucks, man. I should have just gone for the wave then. I went for the target that I thought was going to tank the tower. It wasn't Apollo. Oh, didn't get target? It's because Keranos was already tanking it. He went in first. Apparently.
Yo, I'm on my way. I'll attack.
Your left tower is under attack. Completed. Enemy missing left.
Bunch of hammerheads.
What's his second item?
Middle lane.
Is that vital? I guess it's probably vital.
Bunch of hammerheads.
Keranos all down.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yo, I'm on my way.
Help left lane.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Supper is Sunder as well. They're both low HP over here.
Hey, better luck next time.
Where's my team, bro? Where are they?
Bunch of hammerheads.
Damn it, my heal.
Be careful.
Your left tower is under attack. That was a bit close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely didn't play it very well, but at the same time, I'm just sad that I didn't have some follow-up here. Dutch eventually picked up the Cern here, but still. Fuck me, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Bunch of hammerheads.
I mean, even fucking my Sopik is higher level than me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Once I can actually turn around and do more damage, which I will be able to do once I have my third item online, Keranos should not be able to just dash me like that. Shit's fucking annoying at this point. But also Cerberus and Izanami showing up. Like, why? What has Solo become?
Ultimate is down.
I'll attack. Enemy missing. The pyroman has arrived.
Yeah, Dutch, just don't come solo. Like, it's no point. There's always like 5 people here.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Once again, like, it would be fine. It's a problem because of me not having like cooldowns to really support it. On top of I just don't have the damage right now. It'll be fine once I have my third item online, or at least in that case, Deso would have helped a lot there. Apollo Aegis, by the way, so it should be easy enough. Just sucks I lost my tower for that. What's that, Nector? I can't really look at it right now. What are you linking?
Enemy has been slain.
Gone slightly better.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Ally has been slain. Like a fish out of water.
Didn't he thank you for the kill? He took the death though. If I was alone, I would have been the one who just got ulted instead.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down.
Just look at me.
Uh-oh, what am I seeing right?
The rain
Okay, never mind.
wash them away.
All I see is a 1 HP Hui being doved by almost full HP Izanami. I guess you fucked it up. Good.
I'll attack.
Enemy has been slain.
You're fantastic, bro. Okay.
Resist the tides grow stronger.
I'm on my way.
Enemy missing.
That's a double kill probably.
My way.
Oh.
Save yourself.
Huge. I'm going behind Dodge. Let's do this. Is that Kerna's ult as well? That's Kerna's ult too. What do we do next? Probably just grab some pen online, honestly. Otherwise it's coming out a little too late.
That's probably a safe bet. I mean, just look at me.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some people would get motion sick from... I mean, no, maybe not motion sick from League, but because like you're not really... I'm not really motion sick, but like if something is very heavy on the like camera, like first person or third person games, if there's a lot like camera shake and or just camera movement, then I think that's kind of... I guess it depends on people's perception, right? Some people will feel motion sick from very small things, and other people it takes a lot. So, who knows?
Better luck next time.
Enemy missing left. Be careful middle. Help. Enemy spotted.
Help middle lane.
Probably just down. And ult. In the tier 2 and left. I don't believe this. Fucking ages, man. It doesn't matter how much I outplay him, because I just only have my ult to really fight back with, and my cooldowns, so I just can't fight back.
Destroyed the gold fury.
This is a pretty low power build, though. It's dead in mid as well.
That could have gone slightly better.
Cutting those beats. I'm getting tired of forcing all these fucking relics. Fucking hell. And he healed so much too, and motherfucker, he just... Was it all three fucking sanguine lashes as well? God damn. Once again though, absolutely saved by Lifebinder.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Unbelievable. Apollo Aegis. Again.
Enemy has been slain.
What the fuck is the cooldown on Aegis, man? Am I just an idiot and didn't know Aegis was like 5-second cooldown? This just kills your viewer. What do you mean? So the viewers can kill me, but I can't kill them? What do you mean? Why must I suffer for your entertainment? Why can't you suffer for mine? It's my job? This is not a job. I don't do this for fun. Wait, no, like, that's exactly why I'm doing it. I don't do this for you, I'm doing this for fun. Paul's ulting and left.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. How exuberant.
It's okay, I'm in the grass. He landed somewhere in the back.
Your left tower is under attack.
Get the fuck in there.
He's an ult.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
The thing is, I know Sarky so well that the second he sees me run to the left, I know he's gonna fucking look for me and ult me. I have dagger, man. He's going for it. I know his ways. I've seen them a lot recently.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies in left lane.
Will you just wait for the wave here? It's coming. Do I just go for an int play? I do have dagger.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
Be right back.
Tower is under attack.
I really want to crack at him, but I know he's just gonna Aegis it. Paranos all then beats down. He's so tanky. Holy shit, dude. How am I not doing any damage to him? I just don't get it. How am I doing no damage to this build? As a full damage Poseidon. It honestly doesn't make any sense. Alright, well, no more focusing Kronos. I just don't get it. Like, Smite 2 in that way doesn't make any sense to me. Someone who's just not supposed to be tanky is so tanky for no reason. I don't think the build is the problem here on that part. I even have Pen. He just heals a shit ton with that build. That's the main issue. He's dead as well.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Anti-heal? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's definitely a separate thing.
Your right tower is under attack.
That would be nice.
No problem. Back the fire.
He's more than likely back by now.
Out of water. Greetings. Yo, we good.
I just got one shot. Dude, Lunebow. Oh. Some items in this game are just making it worse. Legitimately. Huge damage. Well played. Why are you Zero Pen? Dude, have you read items? I'm not Zero Pen. This item has so much fucking pen in it. Pen is not the issue, and neither is damage. It's just fucking Colonel is healing so much for absolutely zero reason. I forgot what my last item was going to be though. Alright. Whoops. Let's go Divine. Get some AoE. I guess I didn't really have a plan of my last item anyway, but I mean this is fine. The new Divine is quite nice. Yeah, no, Poseidon ult doesn't scale very well in Smite 2. At least compared to Smite 1. All the damage is in the 1. I just want the stun, so they stay still. But no, I think it must have done 400 because he was in the outer ring, because he hit beats. He must have been in the outer ring, because 400 is really low.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed a
That does seem extra low.
is under attack. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
My bullet's gonna be behind somewhere.
I'll defend.
Enemy in middle lane. Gank.
Ow, man.
destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack right lane. Defend middle lane. Be right back. Group up.
Defend left lane.
It's fine. KD is fixed.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, right?
Yes. Completed. Enemies in right lane. Allies slain.
Enemies in left lane. Enemy spotted.
On my way. An enemy has been slain.
Attack middle lane.
Yes.
Yes. I want to go on Vulcan. He's the easiest target for me, but he's never around.
What's up, bro?
Mighty ocean. The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Help, team, help! No dash on his Nami. They just all suddenly fucking jumped on me. I was like for Paul. I guess I kinda got baited. We also still didn't get the Phoenix. Bread him. Vulcan beats. Fucking pendulum. You know what? Let me do it again. That's pendulum. You keep ruining your KDA? Yeah, I'm doing it on purpose too.
Victory.
Games are actually close. Yeah, they are. I think this is the issue, right? Because I still want to play, but I should stop. I should stop. It's very low Hou Yu damage. Do more games? I've done more games. That's the thing. You know what? Fine. I will do one more, but that's the end, okay? Because of this one game, I will not stream tomorrow. How's that? Do more. Keep playing. Never stop. It's fine. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow anyway. I can't. Today had a pattern. I've had this number here quite a lot today. 7. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Are you seeing this? Dutch doesn't play mages. He only plays support. Oh, he is a mid, but he only plays support. This man does not get his role. It's too many mid laners in Smite. I'm solo now, Dutch. I don't play mid. It's fine. Now we just hope the RNG gods will gift it to you. Do I just grab? Let's do this one. Fine. Let's do that. What did I get? The merchant's card removal service now always costs 50 gold. I mean, that's shit. I just lost HP for nothing. Now the big question is what I'm gonna play, because I'm not really sure. Knowing me though, it will probably be another mage. Another one. End on a cute character? I mean, with Cupid isn't cute in Smite 2 though. Now it's just a child. Before it was a cute baby. But I'm not gonna play Cupid solo. For the record. Also, that's not a mage. What about the mage love? I don't know how Cern and Serp think was a good attack of a Titan when you were spawning. Yeah, it was definitely a risky move. Acne or Mercury? So two very different things. I don't think it's gonna be either of them. I hate to break it to you. Snake or Nim. But those are also not mages. Right? I might do the snake. I could see some snake gameplay. But if I do that, I will go full mage. How does that sound? I think you might have to close the stream. I don't want to play Hades, man. That's so tryhard. Why do you want me to try hard? You have a lot of suggestions, huh? You're like naming half the gods in the game.
Select your god.
What do you mean all my picks are crap? I played all your 3 favorite things today. What else do you want from me? Thinkage. I think. What about? Oh, I might do Giannis again. Now. Time for a Giannis solo game. No, well, I'm playing Giannis. Damn! Look at this guy, saying like for 2 days straight that I should play Giannis. You play Giannis, he leaves the stream. Average viewer experience. This is why no one wants to stream, guys. People are rude and they're selfish. They only think about themselves. This is why I have trust issues. Did you know I'm mentally ill? Because of you? It's all because of you? Definitely wasn't born with it. Because of me? Your name was meant for this conversation. Wait, what the fuck was that card even? To exhaust. Oh. Sure. Isn't Death Knight the most mained thing in WoW? It used to be, at least. This doesn't actually look very good for me. I'll visit another shop then. For no reason, because I can't buy shit. The thing is with DKs, I always played Frost, you know? Frost was the weird thing, right? Unholy was the cringe one. I played Frost, like a true Death Knight fan. Okay, so what am I against here? Raw. Okay. So we're just playing mid, but in solo. Noted. This might be a Chronos Pendant angle. No, fuck that. I'm going to do no damage with Chronos Pendant. I mean, let's be real. People only play at Blood because it was broken for half the fucking time. Blood's just OP. I find it pretty boring, though. Considering how many buttons you have in WoW, you use like 3 of them when you play Blood. It was pretty boring.
Minions have spawned.
Have fun.
Enemy missing.
Have fun. What is happening over there? I'm against Bib again, so I decided just not to start on blue in case he wanted to invade for some. I wouldn't put it past Bibitch to go for some shit like, I don't know, Sunder on Ra and just sprint it down. So fuck it. It's also regioning a lot again. Dude, pots might actually be too OP early on. Pots heal so much.
Watch your step.
Your middle tower is under attack.
New pressure.
Okay.
A new pressure.
I think I would have tried Iana's with Lifebinder if it wasn't because he already does shit damage without just going full. Like mage, I guess. I think Lifebinder is fun, and it helps a lot on mage solos that don't have sustain, just to get through the laning phase. What the fuck does he have red?
Watch your step.
Enemy has been slain.
Red buff almost fucking got me. He actually almost diffed because of red buff.
I do believe I will respect my welcome.
That's insane. Why does he have red buff?
Your left tower is under attack.
Through this. A new pressure. A new pressure.
Have fun.
Through this.
Well, I missed an auto. Did miss my first two, which was also bad, but... Neath ult as well? Fucking hell, dude. Globals on their team is gonna be a fucking problem.
A new pressure.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
A new pressure.
Okay.
I lost fucking everything here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A new pressure.
Being able to one-shot the buff is nice though.
A new pressure.
Nope, that's a mistake. Yeah. Fuck it. They do too much damage.
Your left tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
You move like a jaguar.
A new threshold. A new threshold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yanis' jump makes a sound, which is strange. Most jumps in Smite 2 don't make any sound. Which is kind of OP, because then you can just jump around in bushes without making any sound. Like on Neath. Neath footsteps are very loud.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
A new threshold.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Fucking ice cream truck is distracting me now.
The rain shall wash them away.
Don't think my ult reaches him in time. Yeah.
Gank left lane.
A new threshold.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Oh, I just so tilted. How did my 2 miss though? I'm so fucking mad. I mean, going in there in the first place was a gigantic risk. But, whatever. 5-0 and 4-0.
Have fun.
I'll be there late game for sure.
The rain shall wash them away.
Neath ult, Apollo ult. Oh, dude, that's so boring, man. That's so boring. It's a big kill.
Has arrived. Your team has destroyed the Gold Furies.
Have fun.
There's nothing I can do about that. I had to just wait for Apollo to land, probably. I was hoping he was just gonna insta-land, but with my ult down, there's no way I'm getting out of that.
Gank, your left tower is under attack. Attack. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
A new threshold. The way is loaded.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
A new threshold.
Good thing I took a few imps, otherwise I would have been so far ahead, or behind, rather, in XP. I want to try and rotate more. This laning phase is unfortunately quite boring. But it's what I would expect playing Ra. Or not Ra, Jans.
Very strong, and the rain shall wash them away. Curses.
Like, why am I getting Neath ulted, man?
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack. The raging force. The way is open. Through this.
Almost cooked them.
That's too bad. Your right tower.
This is probably a game where I just don't go pen. I'll let someone else deal with the Khepri, and I will just go full on as much power as I possibly can. Either that, or actually just I can actually fit in a Chronos Pendant. Maybe that's the way to go. Except that cooldown can actually be bought in this one instead of pen.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Attack the gold fury. Enemy spotted. A new pressure. Enemy spotted. Attack. You move like a jaguar. Attack.
Left lane.
Sorry.
I don't know why I tried to portal him. I got greedy.
The rain shall wash them away. Prepare yourself.
Absolutely missing everything.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. A new pressure. Your team has destroyed the right enemy tower. Right back.
Oh! What the fuck was that? What? There's so many issues with this fucking Capri ult. He just fucking followed the killers instead. What am I seeing?
A new threshold. The way
Your middle tower is under attack.
on my way. Attack left lane.
Enemies in middle lane.
Your team has destroyed a right. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under
Where the fuck did he go? Did he TP in time?
A new threshold. Sit through this.
Maybe Nectaro was right. My Janus does need some work. I knew that though.
good game.
The way open.
Spotted. Enemy ultimate incoming.
The way is open.
Enemy missing right.
Maybe owning me this game.
Threshold.
I did some damage to them.
I'll attack.
A new threshold.
Rain shall wash them away.
Ultimate is ready.
Ally has been slain.
A new threshold.
I'm just fucking dead to Capri.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
It sucks Neith got her arrow off in time. He's taking so much damage from random shit on this one. Just gotta dodge the thing. I'm giving in. I want Chronos Pendant. The more shit I can throw out, the better.
Ward the fire giant. Off we go. Get through this.
Enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your middle wash them away.
I am Janusing. Kind of. I mean, now that I actually have damage, I am. During the late early game, not so much.
No, Polo's not beats.
Destroyed the fire giant.
It's just Dutch playing this really well. Portals have been good this game, though. I have been utilizing portals to save people.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
What did I do last, though? Let's do this.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
On my way. A new threshold.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy incoming. Enemy incoming. Wash them away. Middle enemy tower. Your left is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Damn it, I'm sad my ult didn't hit anyone. They were right in between the carries.
The battle was until next time.
No, I can feel that I'm getting distracted by being hungry, so I am completely fine with ending on this one. I'm fine with it. I mean, pretty fucking low player damage overall too, because we didn't do anything during our laning phase. Another clinic, yeah, you play really well, Dutch. Yeah, Bib's just doing what Bib does. Anyway, guys, despite being a bit of an off day for me, I guess I don't know why I had one, to be honest. Kind of tired, I guess. But anyway, I appreciate you stopping by, as usual, and we'll see you guys next time, which is not tomorrow. I think I'm just going to take a bit of a day off. I don't really have any plans, but if I really feel like streaming, I'll stream, but I think I should take one off at least. But yeah, bye, guys. Shut the fuck up, Nectar. I shower every day. Alright?